right. Just click live. Should be good to go. Oh, scheisse. Straight over a big bump. All right. What's up, guys? I'm doing this sign on real quick because we are pushing east on a storm that's looking really good right now. Currently on my way to just one second, something Grove, Prairie Grove. I'm heading to Prairie Grove, Arkansas right now. The storm I'm trying to catch up to, and should be able to catch up to, it's got a severe thunderstorm warning on it right now, for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 2-inch hail. Nothing imminent tornado-wise yet, but there does appear to be a mesocyclone on it. Essentially, what this storm needs to do is creep back south towards the outflow boundary and latch onto it. It's really not far from it. It just needs to reach down a little far, just a few miles. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna put it back front because you can see on the right hand side here, that's the storm that we're trying to catch up to. And actually I could probably get ahead of it in about an hour. But yeah, that's essentially what's going on right now. We're within the 10% risk area right now. The SPC is forecasting tornadoes to be as strong as 150 miles an hour. There's a chance that we get a decently strong tornado today. I think that the eastern half of the 10% area is cooked, simply because the storms that passed through this morning are still there, and they're building back up rather than dissipating. So I think that part of the forecast area is cooked. But we're going to do our best to get caught up to this storm, because this environment is still very potent. Nice CG in front of me. But yeah, I'm about 67 miles away from Prairie Grove, Arkansas. It's showing me in Oklahoma. Up going a little too far north, so we're having to backtrack a little bit southeast now. Freddie's farther east in Arkansas. He's probably in a decent position to intercept this storm from the front side. Meanwhile, I'm having to intercept from the back, which, you know, when it was a little bit closer, that thing looked sexy from behind, but now I've kind of lost a lot of that visibility. But yeah, I will get caught back up to this storm before it produces. Oh wow, speed limit's 80 here. But yeah, I had a bit of an atraditional start today because we're actively tracking a cell. I did shift the stream back a few times just because those storms hadn't fired yet. But as soon as this storm did fire, it blew up. It absolutely got big. Which Edgar O'Neill is on that storm right now. I don't know if Edgar has his own stream, but yeah, he's like right on that storm. So. We're also liking that storm to the southwest of it. You're at Freddie's location right now? Did you at least go out there and meet him? You know, before he got into chase mode? I definitely don't recommend going and tracking people down once they're in chase mode, but before or after, you know, I definitely, you know, at least for me personally, it's been okay. But yeah, there you have it, guys. That's our storm right there, dead center. That is a tall boy there. That's got to be over 50,000 feet right now. Was originally going to go to Locust Grove, but I think this storm is actually going to pass through there. Meanwhile, I want to get on the south side of the storm. Limit's 80. I set my cruise control to 85. I know it looks like I'm going fast, but I'm actually not breaking any traffic laws. definitely not going to be able to make it back tonight. When I got out to Broken Arrow, I for shits and gigs, punched in my address, and it's a 10-hour drive from there, which I do get an hour back, but there's no chance of making it back tonight, so I'm probably going to be sleeping in the car at some point tonight. Still want to get back by midday tomorrow, though. Less sexy now, but give it a little bit of time for this merger to complete. Also, should have the low-level jet start to crank here in the next 30 minutes. So they got a tornado watch for the entire region. I'm not gonna lie, I actually thought that today was gonna be a PDS watch sort of situation, but tornado watch. Yep, so that storm that's ahead is really starting to crank. Gosh, yeah, that structure is insane, guys. This is gonna be our storm. that's our storm, guys. Getting pretty close. I need to drop even farther, so I'm gonna punch in West Fork. West Fork, Arkansas. Alright, cool. This is gonna give me a gradual southern lowering. Not even to the main body of this storm yet. That's still over that way. But these storms do have low bases, so I definitely think tornadoes are on the table today. More so than any chase that I've had in the last 2 months, so that's why I threw big time in the title. It's because today really does have the potential to go big time. From in about 5 minutes we're gonna be in the rain, and we're probably not gonna be out of the rain for a couple of hours. That storm to the south, though, like, so I've got two storms to go through. I've got this storm, which I'm pretty sure this is what the tornado possible tag is for, this storm. But then to the southwest of that, there's another hook forming on that southern storm that I think is probably going to be a bit more potent than this storm. So, between this storm and the one to the south, I think we do have some real tornado potential for the next hour, or in the next hour, I should say. That's all hail in front of me. This thing's warned, last I checked, it was warned for 2-inch hail. And that is significant enough to crack windshields. So we're going to try not to drive through that, at least. Got a pretty low mezzo up here at the 11 o'clock. So at the 11, we're probably going to lose view for a solid 10 minutes. But if a tornado were to form on that mezzo, it would likely be anticyclonic, since it's on the back side of this storm, and it's kind of got this kind of reverse hook-like appendage going, but I don't think that that's going to be anything. Rain-X doing its thing. But yeah, like I said before, probably not going to have any breaks in this rain for a couple hours at least. Okay, so it's only warned for $half size hail now, so it's not the worst. I can definitely core punch that without worrying. probably going to end up going through the core anyway. Look, fall foliage. It's dumping buckets. Oh, it's bright. What the heck? Probably means hail is coming up. Hydroplaning. Fortunately, I'm off this highway in 8 miles. I guess I lost Starlink. Go figure. scales up to 1.5 inches. Still has that tornado possible tag on it. Oh, there's a rainbow. There's a double rainbow that's ending like right in front of me. Oh shit, my picture is way out of focus. That's much better. My picture was blurry for a second there, but I think it's good now. Somehow my focus got unlocked, but it looks better now. It looks a lot better now. I don't know. Can you guys confirm that for me? Does it look better now? The way I'm seeing it played back on my iPad, it looks clear, but it's, you know, that's because my iPad is right next to the source. But hopefully that translates into a good look for you guys too. Oh boy. Yeah, still got a lot to punch through. Fantasy group chat is really downplaying today's threat. That clear for now. So from what I understand from the models, today is going to be 3 waves of storms. This is wave 1. Some models were picking up on a second wave, some models weren't. If that second wave doesn't appear, then the third wave will have a lot more instability to work with and could potentially go big. But if that second wave does appear, then that third wave is probably going to come in a little bit weaker. Okay, I lied. We're in a clearing for now. I think I might have my Google Maps set to no tolls because I feel like I just did a entire loop. Oh, not really. Never mind. I was going east before, now I'm going south. It's not a loop. practically switchbacks. Oh wow, that picture is coming through very clear now. Well, we're getting an unintentional foliage drive in here. Seeing a lot of these leaves start to change to yellows and reds. Wow, come on, guys. I halfway expected this fantasy football league that I'm in to be severe weather shills, but no, instead they're posting FUD. Like they're trying to get us to bet on an over under 1.5 tornado warnings for the day. And I told them a 1.5 benchmark is FUD. It 100% is. here. Hey Kim, appreciate the well wishes. Oh, am I in Arkansas? I might already be in Arkansas, guys. Oh, I missed that border crossing. I didn't think I was going to go this far east, but I don't think that I'm going to go much farther east. If anything, I'm going to go back to eastern Oklahoma and reset for the next round of storms. Started off today in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, which I know about Broken Arrow, but I didn't realize that there was also a town of Broken Bow somewhere in the country. So whoever named these towns was probably a lousy shot. Have to be a lousy shot if you break both the arrow and the bow. You fell asleep. Damn, you missed the wedge. To chase it. You know, it might not giving up yet. This is the Ozark National Forest, by the way. Not a fun place to chase because of all these trees. It's like I said the other day, chasing here is essentially to chasing Dixie. I mean, you're making this one of my less preferred places to chase. Oh yeah, I guess I did lose my lose Starlink in here. That'll typically happen when you have tree branches overhead. Lake Weedington. Oh, yeah, there's the water right there. A heck of a lake. Be a fun little place to kayak. Haven't done that in about a year now. Last time I went kayaking was last summer. Spent this whole summer storm chasing, so I haven't really had the opportunity to go. Be in West Fork, Arkansas in a half an hour. So this severe warning is for 70-mile-an-hour winds and 1.5 inch hail. I am gonna have to core punch this storm. like driving in the mountains. Except instead of going constantly up or constantly down, this is up, down, up, down, up, down, left, right, left, right, left, right. It's like an old school PlayStation cheat code. What direction I'm going in now. It's changing so many times. I think I'm going northeast. And then now I'm going southeast. I mean, was going west at one point. Like, this road just goes everywhere. Everybody here is driving like grandmas. No offense to any grandmas that might be in the chat. I think we're going half the speed limit. If this wasn't such a windy road, I would absolutely pass these people, but oh, look at that. Fayetteville, Arkansas. I did not think I was going to go this far east. Might as well just keep driving east after this to Fayetteville, North Carolina. Not really. There's really no point in doing that. Matter of fact, if I'm going to go all the way to North Carolina, I'm going all the way to the Outer Banks. And I'm going to sit there and wait on that tropical system that's supposed to arrive late this weekend or early next week. I honestly don't think that that there is a. I don't think that I'm gonna go there unless it's a hurricane. Like, if we're looking at a Category 2 landfall, I'll go for it. But if we're looking at a tropical storm, then there's really no point in me going. Still no red boxes. Flooded road ahead. Interesting. can't believe somebody reported a flooded road there. There's nothing. It's like a little puddle. And all of these dips are pretty much clear. Whoever reported that was smoking too hard on the rock pipe. About to blast through this storm. Oh, once I hop on I-49 south, but I'm gonna blast south through this storm and then hang out on the south side of it. Chester, Arkansas. this is about to be a fun little 25 minutes driving through this storm. I should say 15 minutes. I've only got 25 minutes till I hit Chester. And it's in a good spot. And it actually sets me up to intercept the tail end Charlie of this this cluster. And actually, even farther south, there's some more discrete storms that are forming. I think that's going to be more or less what I'm looking for. Guys, I think we're just about a minute away from an all-out downpour. Fayetteville, Arkansas. Pretty sure Patrick just reached out to let me know about those discrete cells down south. He was asking where I was. Gonna get real heavy here in a sec. essentially a core punch. I'm just going straight south through this. Wow! Through the storm. Go under the speed limit, get in the right lane. Wow. Right on the other side of that little hill. I think these discrete cells on the back side of this little line probably have a chance to go big. Freaking clowns. If you're going to go slower than the truck, get behind the truck. Oh yeah. These are kind of mountains, aren't they? right in the left lane. Are you passing somebody? Yes, you are. Winslow. 12 more miles, and then should be all the way to the south of this storm. Guys, drive! Rudy, Arkansas. Okay, not Rudy. Buren, Arkansas. Van Buren. What the hell? Oh, these directions aren't working. Screw the directions. I just need to keep moving south. Oh, there's a tunnel here. Gotcha. About to lose Starlink for a few minutes. It's the Chamber of Secrets. Oh yeah. I don't know if you're still with me, guys, but if you are, you can definitely see the clearing over there on the left. We're almost through this. It's so nice if people decided to, I don't know, use their gas pedal. You're only hitting the brakes when it's... Oh my God. Babe. Babe, you can stop doing that now. Harry Potter spoiled. Because I said the Chamber of Secrets. I get it, I get it. Okay. Harry Potter spoilers. Thank you so much, babe. I really appreciate that. But also, you do not need to keep doing that. Got a mesocyclone ahead. I don't think that really is going to amount to anything, though. Because on the left center of your screen is our mesocyclone. centered as best as I can. We are going to have a little bit of time with this mesocyclone here, since it technically is to the west of us. Oh, low bit rate. Okay. Just lost Starlink again. Gonna be a couple of minutes before it kicks back in. South side now. Is that a line of storms or a no, that's a convoy. What the fudge? I wonder if that convoy is heading north or south. I don't know. I'm definitely heading south. Matter of fact, where I end up getting off of this highway is probably going to be where I end up sitting for a couple of hours, since the storms that look to be trailing this line look to be a lot more potent. And plus, this line kind of curves, got kind of a hookish shape to it. Problem is, I'm surrounded by hills and mountains, and I need fields. Terrible view here, but I mean, if I were to get a tornado here, I would have probably about a minute's worth of viewing time before I lose it. So honestly, I just need to get out over a more open field so that I can maintain visibility on whatever comes our way. So I'm probably going to go another 10 minutes down to the south. Just going to time it because I don't have any directions pulled up right now. Plus I need a gas station really badly. There's no dirt roads to handle my code yellow, so I actually have to go inside a building. Mountainburg. Hopefully the rest of the squad that's out chasing today is doing all right. Yeah, there hasn't been any tornadoes yet today. No tornado warnings issued. But hopefully everybody's staying safe from the crazy hail. I'm in a severe warning now for a marginally severe storm. Somebody reported a rotating wall cloud on the storm that's on approach for this area. So yeah, there's a decent sign there. Connor's close to calling it. Connor's like, what a shit day. What was that hail? Did I just catch a random hailstone? Oh, Connor doesn't like it. Reed doesn't like it. Rudy in 4 miles with its Rudy Poo candy ass. I just caught a random chunk of ice falling out of the sky, and it just shattered on my windshield. But there weren't any raindrops, there wasn't any other hail, it was just the one chunk of ice. Just crazy. What's also crazy is how slow these people are driving. definitely need to make a stop. Code yellow, but I also need gas. See a gas station sign up ahead, so we're close. Boom, we're close. Oh, and it's a Love's too. Hell yeah. In Rudy. Rudy Poo. Candy. You can't park there. Looks like it opens up just past Rudy too, so that's good. Cool. Made it for gas. I'll be back, guys. Oop. Just gonna pull in here for a little bit, look at radar, trying to map out what my next play is gonna be. Just ran into a couple of chasers here at the Loves and just got a bunch of thumbs down. Brady says les storms are les cooked. Saw one of Brady's boys here. I don't know him by name, but Stormfront Freaks have a guy out here. Drives a silver sedan. I can't even tell what that is. Like a Chevy Cobalt, maybe, or Toyota Camry. I have no idea. I don't know sedans because I'm too damn big to fit in one. So, all right, let's look at radar. What do we got? Maybe I just drive to Alma. I don't like any of this. Yeah, I'm gonna drive down to, it looks like Greenwood. Greenwood is a 41-minute drive to the south. I think that's as good as any location. Wait, yeah.
Yep, left.
And then I-49 south. Yep. That was a couple of people from Stormfront Freaks. I ran into actually I'm gonna text Brady and let him know. What's up, Drifter? Oh, Drifter. Sorry. I thought we had another dude named Grifter in the chat. Would have been like small world, but Drifter. Yeah. Drifter is one of one. What's up, Drifter? Yeah, I'm officially way farther east than I originally planned to go. Way farther. And, you know, for reference, I'm only in extreme western Arkansas. Also, this storm looks really good. I don't know what everybody's deal is with calling it quits already. Like, this tail end storm is a full-blown supercell, a textbook supercell with a hook. I don't know. I'm treating it like this. Pay no mind to the man behind the curtain. And the man behind the curtain right now is Reed. No, but it's Reed's probably on point because the thing that's lacking in these storms right now is backing. They don't have winds that are backing these storms, and without that, you're not. I don't want to say it's not going to rotate, but it's a lot more difficult for storms to rotate without it. weren't actually Stormfront freaks. apparently, Brady just randomly sticks Stormfront freak stickers on people's cars. And that in itself just geeks me out. So I'm assuming we're probably in Alma right now. So we got a little bit further south and east to go. This should get me out ahead of this enough to where I'll be able to pull over somewhere, get situated, and watch the storm as it approaches. It's technically, if that is a hook on the west side of the storm, then technically we're in the whale's mouth. Storms are truly moving east. Stopping in this target, I don't even remember what city I plugged in, but stopping there should put us directly in the path of a couple of storms. There's definitely a lowering on that storm up ahead. And if I'm not mistaken, that should be where the quote-unquote hook is. So I just need to get a little farther south. Mean over there. Look. That's wild looking. Okay, I'm in Fort Smith all over again. low bit rate. Wait. The cell signal is out? Or Starlink is out? Trying to reset my Starlink. I'm out of the mountains, out of the extreme hills. Looking out over the horizon, those are definitely mountains. I was a denier for so long that there was a mountain range between Missouri and Arkansas, but those are definitely mountains, even if they are small. Small mountains are still mountains. Matter of fact, something that I'm learning over time is that the smaller the mountain, the more the love it needs. Oh boy. Such a loser for making dad jokes in my 30s. Ultimately, what's going to happen with these storms is I'm going to keep going down the end of the line and essentially hoping and praying that something does in fact materialize. Otherwise, I've driven 1,000 miles just to get cucked. Wow, I did not. Wow, my situational awareness is in the toilet because I did not mean to say that on stream. I've been saying that in our group chats all day because this setup is kind of cooked. It's cooked because of those morning thunderstorms that instead of dissipating, they strengthened and remained in the forecast area, which just killed the environment. At least farther east it did. I still think that western Oklahoma has a chance. But everyone has differing opinions about it. Texarkana. Oh. No. Wait for this guy to go by. Kind of a menacing sky. Ugh. Yuck. Not gonna lie, this looks like poop. All right. Banana hammock. Man. Had a weird feeling about this as I was leaving the house yesterday. It's all good. There's still time. I'm not counting it out yet. Everybody else, you know, a lot of other people are counting it out. I'm not ready to. I just think it's too early to count it out. You know what? I'm going to take a moment to step out.
711-8800 to activate.
I think I'm just going to chill here for a little bit and watch as this mezzo approaches, but honestly, I don't think anything's going to come of it. Might as well replace my water. So I got a warm one right now. Oh. Chat's been quiet for a bit. All right, time to go to Greenwood, which is what I was originally planning anyway. Yeah, I'm back on the Oklahoma border again. Okay. Greenwood is punched in. I'm gonna go there real quick. Yeah, I'm really not feeling this the mesocyclone looked good for a minute, but no longer looks good. So I'm gonna go ahead and get 15 minutes to the southeast and wait on the new tail end Charlie to come through. But that tail end just kind of fell apart. But I'm actually almost on the far southern periphery of this this tornado watch. Miles to the southeast, and then I think I go due south another 3, and then I will be there. That IP fuels? What? IP fuels. Frustration is starting to set in. Don't get me wrong, these are strong storms today, but there hasn't been a single tornado warning issued. We've been given the 10-hatched kiss of death, which I am on the far southern side of this 10-hatched region. Nothing looking good. And those storms up near Tulsa just shaking my head at them. Let's see what this MD says. There is forcing. I guess they're thinking that additional strengthening is possible between 7 and 8. Tornadic potential is becoming a bit more unclear as a stronger 850 jet is forecast to gradually shift northeastward to the cool side of the outflow boundary. Most favorable photographs will probably remain focused in the vicinity of the boundary intersection near and east of Fort Smith, which is exactly where I am. I'm just to the southeast of Fort Smith. Well, I guess that means I gotta give it another couple hours. But they're coming down on the peak tornado strength, so it's no longer 120 to 150. It's what was that, 85 to 115? So still forecasting tornadoes. They just don't think it's as strong of a setup. Alright, I got about 8 minutes till I'm in whatever this is, Greenwood. And that's ultimately where I'm gonna sit and wait for these storms to approach. Yeah, I think I'm gonna give it one more hour, maybe an hour and 15 to see if these storms actually do build up. But if not, then I think I'm gonna end early and start my trek back home. That way I can get back. What, if I leave at 7:15, get back at 4:15. Given that I do the speed limit the whole way back. So there may be a point, like probably when I get to the Colorado border, where I just choose a Bob's Road and pass out. Hey Sagebrush, good to see you in here. You didn't miss anything. It's so far today has been a bust. An enhanced risk, a 10% hatched bust. Not a single tornado warning has been issued. And pretty much this whole entire setup has congealed into a line. And there really doesn't appear to be any like quote unquote prefrontals. So this whole thing might be cooked. But I'm giving it another hour and a half to see what the strengthening low-level jet does to these storms. I'm in the right environment. I'm just east and south of Fort Smith. Yeah, if by 7:15 nothing is looking potent enough to produce, then I'm gonna go ahead and start heading back to Colorado, since I am very, very far away. I checked earlier, I was a 10-hour drive from home. I'm probably even farther away now because I've gone even farther south and east. But we will have to see. This is Greenwood. Let's see if I can go up to the top of this hill over here and look out at the storm. Nope, that's a house. Kind of curious. This is a residential neighborhood, so I'm probably not hanging out here long, but I want to see if there's an overlook up here, or just somewhere where I can pull off and look out over the edge. It says limited sight distance. Oh, yep, I can see why. Yep, that ain't it. see if I can just find a random spot down here with a view. Oh snap, Paige, thank you. Again. But you really need to stop. No, seriously, babe, please stop. Please stop. Alright, I need to adjust. Because I have no sense of direction at the moment. Alright, now I'm going to toy around with my address real quick. Yep, I am more than 11 hours away from home. Actually, I'm almost 12 hours away from home. Sounds about right. It's okay, Andy. This chase has been pretty empty. There's been 0 tornado warnings. There's been pretty much 0 severe weather in general. Well, let me check tomorrow's forecast from the SPC. I'm curious if there's anything worth sticking around out here for tomorrow. Such a frustrating thing to drive all this way and not have anything happen. Now, so much for there being 3 waves of storms. I think there's literally only been the one. I do think that there's going to be another. It's just... I think that this line of storms is going to suck all the energy out of this whole thing. I think they took the hail out of this whole setup too. Like it's saying that up to 2 inches is possible, but when I'm looking at the MD, they're only talking about wind and tornadoes. Oh, I don't know. Their verbiage throws me off all the time. It's never consistent. Oh yeah, and you can definitely tell that an outflow boundary is being exerted by this line, so. Yup. I mean, we're still getting hot air coming in here. Hot, moist air. Very, very humid here. It's 84 degrees, but I'm sweating my ass off with just one window down. Oh, all good, Abby. It's been a pretty dead day. Tanner and I weren't all that far apart where we started today out, but pretty sure we have diverged since. But yeah, there's been no tornado warnings today. There's hardly been any severe warnings. You know, seeing a couple of mesocyclones, seeing a couple of things that, you know, screamed tornado kind of early on and then just dissipated. But this whole entire thing is cooked. You know, the northernmost part of the line has already exerted an outflow boundary, so it's probably going to rain itself out over the next couple hours. And that outflow boundary is starting to make its way down the line. Why is it so dark? Hold on. Why is my... I don't know why it got so dark like that. Sorry, guys. Looks like nighttime, but no. Actually, pretty much over here to the left is where all the lightning is now. Yeah, I mean, like, God, this whole thing is so screwed. It's just one giant shelf cloud that expands 3 states. Yep, that leading bit doesn't look good. Really, I'm looking at the only spot in this line that actually has a decent couplet. And that's That's out of the whole entire line. That's pretty bad. And the severe warnings at the new tail end, just these storms don't look good. Not gonna lie, I am a little butthurt. I am a little butthurt by this. I'm not gonna lie, guys, we are probably at the end of the chase. I mean, we still have storms to go through, but at this point, nothing looks like it's gonna produce. Well, I'm not gonna track down other chasers while they're out in the field. I have met John on several occasions, but outside of the that's not true. I met John in the field twice, but I met him outside of storm chasing once too. I'm not going to go and track down storm chasers while they're out in the field trying to complete a mission. Just out of respect to them, just as I'd hope to have that same level of respect from fellow chasers for me. But no, I'll definitely run into him before the year's out. Tennessee Cell is doing weird shit. They have a nice, yeah, that supercell up near Tulsa is pretty nice. Unfortunately, I'm a couple hours away from Tulsa. Oh, they're talking about that cell with the special weather statement out there. And so they said that, oh, yeah, that is a Renegade out in Tennessee. Yeah, you know, that little Renegade out in Tennessee might actually do the damn thing. Meanwhile, nothing in this entire setup looks like it will do the thing. Nothing. But it happens. Not every system is going to produce. And it's not because, you know, it's not because I did anything wrong today. It's just how the cards fell. You know, just how the cookie crumbled today. And that's the way the cookie crumbles. So, I'm staying positive. I'm not terribly concerned. It happens, and you know, there will be another chase. We will be at it again this year. You know, it just wasn't in the cards today, and that's fine. We'll find a setup later on this year where it is in the cards. Okay. I'm gonna reposition back over to the right here, because we got some SLCs moving through the area. Definitely don't take this as a, oh, there's a severe storm coming in. These clouds are, they look completely detached from the cloud base above, essentially making them all scud clouds. But yeah, I do think that this is going to be where we wrap things. I'm gonna let this storm overtake me, just so I'm not having to drive through a bunch of super heavy rain. I don't think that there's going to be anything crazy in this, again, because those clouds up ahead are dislodged from the cloud base above. We do have some gusty winds coming in. But I think that's going to be the extent of the severe weather in this area. Probably not going to see any hail in this. Matter of fact, with the exception of just off to my northeast where I'm seeing probably nickel-sized hail, this line is pretty much devoid of all hail. Differential phase just doesn't look very differential. It's all pretty much the same color. Actually, matter of fact, I could probably position my car back to where I had it. These trees look kind of weak, so maybe I'll catch one falling. I don't know. Other than that, I mean, there's really nothing going on. John's driving through heavy rain in Oklahoma. Sounds like he's in southeastern Oklahoma. Matter of fact, I'm gonna try and find his spotter dot because he always keeps his on. That's Adam Lucio. Corey Gherkin, Jaden Poppenheim, John Peterson. Whoa! I'm gonna go ahead and put this on wide angle because there really isn't anything to focus on right now. Yeah, I have no idea where he is. Oh wait, just found him. He's yeah, he's in extreme eastern Oklahoma. He's just east of Fort Coffee. Not very far from me, but if that's where John is, then I'm assuming that he's heading west again. Or matter of fact, heading north. Heading home. But yeah, no, John's like 10-15 minutes away from where I'm at. I'm sitting in the back of a Walmart right now. John's going through heavy rains. I'm going through heavy rains. This whole thing is so screwed. So disappointing. I can't believe that happened. The whole entire thing. I knew it. I knew as soon as the SPC gave it a 10 hatch. You know, models were already downplaying the event, but once the SPC doubles down on a bad forecast, gives it a 10 hatch, that's a kiss of death. That last year the 10 hatched days never produced. 15 hatched, perfectly fine. 5% days also produced. 10 hatched, just so often that 10 hatched is essentially a 0%. Oh, that's oh. Yeah, I just lost Starlink. That's what's happening. Jeez, this is right on top of me. Going through the heaviest of it now. But once I'm on the other side, that's the end of the day. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and key in my address. Why won't you let me start this route, motherfucker? Sorry. There we go. Alright. Well, it looks like we're getting to the back end of this storm now. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna hop on 40 and just blast ass west. I don't think that bit to the south of me is actually rotating. Well, I don't want to. I'm not going to sit here and be like day wasted or anything like that, because it wasn't a wasted. It was not a waste of a day by any means. I love coming out storm chasing. I love what I do. It's a lot of fun. We're not. No. I'm not taking a nap. I'm actually. Oh, yeah. Wait, how much of the chat have I been missing? Didn't even notice. I guess my chat kind of froze in, on my iPad, but yeah, there was a bunch of chat that I missed, but yeah, this day is cooked. This day is absolutely cooked now. Check this severe warning. Yep, nothing. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Hail sizes are going down and down and down. So. And I love chasing, always do. It's not always going to pan out, and that's okay. You know, we did everything that we possibly could have for this chase. We got into the right locations. It was a good practice. Good little practice for the next, I guess, the next QLCS threat that I come face to face with. You know, this might not have produced any tornadoes, but it gave me practice with working my way down the line, core punching. I'm a little bit more familiar with Arkansas and Oklahoma now, so there's definitely some wins in there. Don't get me wrong, like it sucks to drive all this way and not come up empty-handed, but when there aren't any tornadoes at all, there's literally nothing I can do to change the outcome. There were just no tornadoes. It's not on me. So, but it was good practice. Here, I need to check something. I need to see what my directions are looking like. Okay, I go straight across Oklahoma, across the Texas Panhandle, New Mexico, and then Colorado. I need a CB with other. What do you mean by CB? Trying to decipher what you mean by that. CB. When I think CB, I'm thinking comeback with other chasers, but somehow I don't think that fits into the context of what you're trying to say. come back colorblind. Probably not colorblind. Thought I was on the opposite side of the storm. Wait, what? New Euro is forecasting 2 major hurricanes off the U.S. southeast coast next week. Those 2 storms are being set up to where they are right next to one another, and it certainly seems like there's a potential to see the Fujiwara effect. All right. Been watching radar for the past hour, and this whole thing seems pretty cooked. Look, I'm gonna start driving west. I got 3 waves, possibly 4 storms to go through. So I'm just gonna keep the stream rolling, and I'm gonna drive through those. But ultimately, we are done. But they haven't shrunk the tornado watch yet, so I'm thinking that it might not be. You know, I mean, it's probably cooked, but until they shrink that watch, I think I'm gonna keep this rolling. Here, I'm going to go ahead and put it on 1x zoom. But, yeah, I'm just going to start jetting west on I-40. And then once I get through that last storm, I'm going to wrap the stream. But this line is absolutely cooked. We're not going to see any tornadoes in this line, but the low-level jet is cranking up these storms to the northwest of the line, the west and northwest of the line. So I'm just gonna go ahead, drive through them, see what they are, see what they're about, and from there, I will, once we're through that last storm, we'll go ahead and pull over somewhere and then wrap up. But I'm gonna go ahead and keep this, keep the stream going, keep a forum open for you guys to chat a bit, and I'll, and once I get to kind of, the final spot where I wrap the stream, we'll chat a little bit, and then we'll end it. But yeah, that it was a 10% bust. those things happen. It happens quite often. Like 2024 was the year of the 10% bust. I think we've only had one other 10% hatched bust this year. But when they do issue them, they have been pretty good about it. You know, a lot of them this year have verified. The reflection there made me think that the road was out. But yeah, I don't even expect to drive through hail at this point. And if for some reason we did end up going through hail, I would consider that a win. Even if it absolutely destroys my windshield, it would be a win. But I don't think that we're gonna find any. Yeah, it was definitely a good rain day. Definitely got a lot of good lightning in this, but that's about the extent of it. Didn't even drive through a hailstorm. I got hit by a random 1-inch hailstone, but I literally saw one hailstone today. One. Yeah, I mean, it happens. It happens. Oh. I have yet to eat dinner. But I'm probably gonna. Oh, I have my other half of my Subway sandwich from earlier. So I've got that, and if I need anything more, then I'll probably just stop at a gas station and get a Godfather's pizza or something like that. Not yet. I'm still running on an elevated level of adrenaline, so I'm not hungry. I don't feel hungry yet. But I will eventually get food. I mean, I have food, but I will eventually eat it. Probably around the same time that I decide to camp out in my car. But that is absolutely a plan for tonight, is to camp out in the car. Yeah, I'm not on a timeline or anything like that, so literally I could just pick a spot on a Bob's Road somewhere along the way back and just grab some Z's for a few hours and then finish my drive in the morning. Camping is fun. Are you kidding me? Like, camping in the car, that's because, you know, you're not outside, you're not doing the traditional camping. But at the same time, car camping can be fun because you can literally go anywhere, stop anywhere. And then camping in general is a lot of fun. Like, my favorite camping was 27 to 2019. I went to Bonnaroo, so 3 Junes in a row. Went to Bonnaroo, and so it's a music and arts festival at the epicenter of it, and then in all the areas around it, you have car camping. That's a lot of fun. You know, camping music festivals, that's a lot of fun. But I also like going to normal campgrounds and scenic places and that sort of stuff. Also, we'll be blowing up my phones. This guy! The Reaper! Storm chasers. Whoa! No way! You know, growing up, I was also scared of tornadoes. What? I was scared of tornadoes growing up too. I was scared of lightning growing up, actually. Now that I think of it, lightning, tornadoes, hell. Just being in a tornado warning sent me into a full-blown panic back in the day. It wasn't until after I graduated high school and went to college for the first time that you know, instead of being scared by it, I became fascinated by it. Whoa! No way! That's sick. That's crazy. This lightning is striking all around me right now. Oh my God! Oh, no way! Oh, I have low bit rate. That sucks. Oh, and it captured it anyway. Wow. Even through that terrible bit rate. That's amazing. Oh, I've got a lot to drive through now. Also, I know Brian M. Finger. That's a last name that I would not forget, and just because it's such a unique last name. But if I'm not mistaken, Brian M. Finger is also a Marine Corps veteran that I served with around the same time. So I have to reach out. You know, I've seen his spotter dot come up on several occasions, and you know, it was itching my brain. It was like why do I know that name so well? And as it turns out, I'm almost certain that it's a guy that I served with. Granted, you know, I haven't been in uniform in 13 and a half years, but that's just a name that I would not forget. And I also, if I'm not mistaken, he was somebody that I was on the Cherry Point base rugby team with. I'm gonna have to check on that name, because I'm like 90% certain that this is somebody that I know. But I guess tonight I'm gonna have to make it 100%. Oh yeah, the Reaper Storm Chasers, they're right behind me. I think my dad would get a kick out of the fact that they're driving a Jeep Gladiator, just like my dad has. Yep, we're in downtown Fort Smith right now, and it's starting to flood. I'm literally teetering on the Oklahoma border now. Fort Smith is kind of that point where Oklahoma meets Arkansas. Not kind of, it is. Yeah, we got, looks like 3 or 4 inches of standing water in downtown Fort Smith. The middle lanes look pretty clear, but the outside lanes do look like they're under a couple inches of water at least. Red River? No. No, that's the Arkansas River. Now I'm in Oklahoma again. Oh yeah, standing water here. The Dora. Well, I lost that bet against Reed earlier. Reed said the mark was 1.5 for tornado warnings. And I said over. How many tornado warnings have we had? 0. It is an actual 10% bust. Those were on. That's definitely a strip club. And that's definitely not a destination for me. Literally only gone to this strip club 3 times in my life, and they were all while I was in the Marines. Because that stuff is appealing to you when you're in the military, apparently. But I have not been since. Hell, I haven't even shot a gun since I was in the military. 13 years. But I guarantee you, if I pick up a rifle, I'm going to be right back to where I was. Because shooting a rifle is definitely muscle memory. see. Where are we now? Still got 1, 2, potentially. Fucking idiot. You're sticking out in the middle of the road. Sorry for the language, guys. That just, my heart sank right there. But it looks like we have 2 or 3 more storms to get through, and then we're gonna wrap the stream. I am already on my way home. I've got an 11.5-hour drive ahead of me. Actually some let's see, I'm heading west, so it looks like to my southwest there's some decent towers going up, but I mean, we're cooked, we're done. We're gonna go through the last couple of these storms on I-40 heading westbound, and then as soon as we're through it, find a place to end the stream. Gosh, there's so much water on the roadways here. That's a solid 3 inches I'm driving through here. Oh, that was more along the lines of 4 or 5. So was that. Getting decent fuel economy throughout today. 22 miles per gallon after driving, what, 700 or 800 miles today? Really isn't bad. I definitely don't have a headlight out, but my headlights are so freaking dim. I need to see if my car will take LEDs. That scud underneath of this storm coming up, is just sitting there. There's no lift. I have a 760 mile drive back. Which I will not make it there tonight. FYI. Not that anybody thought that I was, but hell, I'm gonna be happy if I'm able to knock out half of that tonight. Where's my Wawa? Where's my... Oh, there it is. As you can tell with the frequency of lightning significantly dropping, we are behind the main event on a couple of straggler cells that probably won't amount to anything. There's a cloud base ahead. Pretty low one. one more large storm to get through, which I'll probably get through it in about 10 minutes, but this guy up ahead is the last one. There's a couple of smaller showers behind it, but those really won't amount to anything. So yeah, I'm gonna get through this next storm, and by the time I'm through the other side, I should be at another rest stop. There's a rest stop right here. So that's mile marker 314. So I anticipate, 30 miles from now. Is when we're gonna probably wrap up. These storms on the backside are elevated. That's where Jack Kelly was posted up before we got started today. Jack Kelly is a member of the Midwestern Storm Trackers storm chasing team. He and Lucas Munslinger, also a member of MSD. I met those guys at the Chaser Summit last year and stayed in touch with them. Good dudes. Very, very, very talented chasers. Those guys built Tarzan probes, which is basically like a T-shaped metal probe with GoPros and like meteorological instrumentation on them. So they built these probes in the off season last year, and this year they successfully deployed and intercepted with a probe. I believe it was in Missouri. But they had a direct intercept with a probe, which their video on that is absolutely amazing. But yeah, these are very, very, very talented storm chasers, and at least Jack Kelly made it out for today's chase, which knowing him, he probably called it about halfway through the afternoon and was like, "This isn't good." He was one of those people that was like, stay far north, That's where all the good stuff is going to be. But yeah, Jack's a good dude. I have a strong feeling that he'll be doing this for a very, very long time. He's on the younger side. I think if I'm not mistaken, he just turned 21 not too long ago. But a lot of the guys that I've met since the summit, I've stayed in touch with. How are we looking on this storm? Oh, yep, we're almost through it. That really wasn't long at all. I do have both of my headlights working. I don't know, they're just so dim. I need better headlights. I appreciate you for sharing his channel. I don't know that Jack... Well, actually, no. I think he does post on that channel. But when those guys are chasing, most of their work is done on the Midwestern Storm Trackers page. I mean, Jack definitely has content on his channel. I think that they update the MST page more. Yeah, that's them. Thank you for sharing that page. Both of those pages. Thank you for sharing those. Last little supercell ahead. Which appears to be LP. Canadians, aka 51st staters. I'm kidding, by the way. I literally only said that because actually no, I'm not gonna make a political statement on my channel. Never mind. No politics on stream. Besides, I'm a registered independent, so I don't lean one way or another. Life's so much better smack dab in the middle anyway. No. Canada's Halloween is Valentine's Day. Our Valentine's Day. No. That's also a joke. I'm making fun of Canada for having their Thanksgiving in October. Is it? Because last I heard, Quebec is French. And the only other province that I think would be European in any way would be British Columbia, simply because of the name. All right. Next opportunity I have to stop, I'm gonna end up doing just that. It is about that time. Sliver of daylight on the horizon. But on the plus side, I didn't overstay on the original threat. I'm not beating a dead horse. Like, I recognized it pretty early on that it was kind of not what was originally forecast. So it's nice to, have at least this last hour under my belt of heading back. I have overstayed setups before, and I've gone multiple hours overboard. Just nice to know that this time around that's not the case. So even though this setup didn't pan out to anything, there are a few lessons that I learned, and got better at a couple of things. Just got into better practices this time around. So small victories. It wasn't a bust. It wasn't a bust for just me. It was a bust for everybody. So literally did everything that I possibly could have for this setup, and the ingredients just weren't there. So it'll be a nice little review to go back and look at this setup and figure out what exactly was missing. It'll help me to prepare better for future setups and potentially abandon future setups when they're not looking so hot. There's a gas station coming up, and I think that's going to be where I close it out. I'm going to go ahead and zoom this back out, since we're not really focusing on anything. It's crazy. I zoom out and the picture gets worse. Meanwhile, I zoom in to 1x, and my camera's now catching my headlights, which actually brightens the foreground. Oh yeah, this whole thing is bull hockey. I see my gas station. I need gas, and I also need to sign this off because we're done. We're done today. We're done for the day. Of course, I'm going to stay glued to the Storm Prediction Center and see if there's any now my car's saying consider taking a break. That's how you know I've driven a very long time today. But yeah, I'm gonna stay glued to the SPC and stay glued to the models to see if there's any other chase opportunities coming up. Also gonna be glued to the National Hurricane Center. Especially with those dual, I think they're like 80 and 90% chances of development now over the next 5 days. There's 2 spots that are going to be within a couple hundred miles of one another. And it looks like the northern one's going to be a fish storm and the southern one's going to track closer to the coast. What I'm really concerned with is whether the 2 storms are going to be close enough together to where the Fujiwara effect will occur, which is basically when those 2 storms interact, they'll orbit around one another. They'll orbit in a counterclockwise fashion if they're close enough. And my concern with that is if it does in fact happen, the Fujiwara effect does in fact happen, it might bring that system, that storm that's farther away, it might bring it into the coast. So that's my concern when it comes to a potential Fujiwara effect. But you know, we'll definitely see in the next few days whether that actually becomes a reality. Oh yeah, I'm gonna pull in here. Started today at a Love's, and we're gonna end today at a Love's. All right, so yeah, big shout out to the mods. You guys killed it again today. I know it was a lighter day than what we're used to, but you know, that's what happens when literally everybody and their mother is out chasing. So but nonetheless, I appreciate the mods. I have a great deal of appreciation for the mods, because you guys keep this stream going, you keep it clean, and you guys make this fun, a lot more fun than it already is. So huge shout out to the mods, huge shout out to everybody who stopped in today. Really appreciate you all for your viewership. Really can't wait for the next opportunity. But you know, that being said, another chase down, another bust. Past couple of months have been tough, but I'm certain that we're gonna have another setup. Look, it's September. We still have 3 months left in the year, which means we probably will have a handful more setups to chase. So you know, every time I go on a chase, August, September, I'm like, you know, this might be the last one, but 2025 just doesn't want to quit. So odds are we're going to have another opportunity very, very soon. So I look forward to seeing you guys on the next one. Until then, y'all have a great rest of your night. Y'all have a great rest of your night. Have a great week, and I look forward to catching you guys on the next one. Thanks again, guys. Much love, and everybody stay safe. Look forward to seeing you on the next one. Until then.